Hi, everybody. It's Big Ed Mustafa. Welcome to Adventures After Dark. I'm your host. I am the infamous, the notorious Big Ed Mustafa. I'm excited to be here. It's Friday night. That means we get to chillax, hang out, and do some Lotro. I'm playing Lenorian tonight. She's an elf. She's a minstrel. She's 108th level. She's at Minas Tirith. But we're going to have fun anyway. So yeah, Minas Tirith. It's super fun. Yeah, let's see what else we got going on here today. I think she's done with about all of her crafting. Yeah, we'll figure it out. If you're playing Lotro and you're not having fun, you're doing it wrong. So I will make sure I am not doing it wrong. We will have a good time. And there's even a chance that my good friend Chromite may show up and talk me through imbuing my minstrel songbook. Or not. We'll see. Maybe he's got something better to do. It is Friday night. I'm going to celebrate the end of my work week with an ice cold, crisp, refreshing Coke Zero. Ooh, it's nice and cold too. I hope you've got your favorite frosty cold beverage standing by. Mine is Coke Zero. You can drink whatever it is you like to drink. That's okay. And I don't know what it is. The faster my computer gets, the longer it takes for Lotro to load. I keep threatening one of these days I'm going to install the game on a solid state disk drive, and I just never have moved it. Hobnanigans is here. Now that makes me sad to think Zinger might be missing Hobnanigans when I know it's his favorite thing in the whole world. I love Hobnanigans. I think it's terrific. I'm kidding. I have no idea about Hobnanigans. I've been a 14-year Lotro player. I've never done Hobnanigans before. I have popped out by the Hobnanigan fields, but I don't know anybody who's ever been like, we should do Hobnanigans. Maybe I should suggest it on Wednesday night just to screw with everybody.
You are prepared. The enemies of men approach. I hope you are prepared.
Maybe I can drag the Evernight crew out there and we'll play some Hobnanigans on Wednesday. We did some fun stuff this Wednesday. What all did we do? We ran Dome of the Stars, and we ran... we did a bunch of war bands in Wildemore, which were just barely high enough level to go out there. But with 6 of us, we were able to get some work done. And then I think we rotated a couple people in and out. Ginger and Mary Rose joined us. And then later we got Canna Black and Adele Valathorn in. Or Adela Valathorn, depending on whether or not you want to pronounce that second E. And that was super fun. And yeah, we had a great time Wednesday. I was up longer than I intended to be, but that's okay too. I should probably just ride to where I'm going. Ooh, we got an axe. A captain's axe. That's super exciting. So yeah, it's been a pretty good week of Lotro. I'm still waiting for Summer Festival and the ability to fish for Anthelus Starlit Crystals. I am looking forward to that.
Greetings.
Hello, SKDX Killer. Welcome.
I know you're live on Lotro stream, so you don't have to tell me that part.
Okay.
What's up?
I know you'll be on your best behavior. I was just going to ask how your Friday's going.
My best friend took 3 hours off work today to come chill with me on his birthday, so that was pretty chill.
Cool.
Me and my $16 burger. What the heck?
Where'd you go for a $16 burger?
A bar.
Okay.
It was good.
That's good. Yeah, I suppose I could probably find a $16 burger somewhere around town here, but I'd have to work at it. Actually, there's a place called Chard that's really good here in Omaha, and their big claim to fame is that they use that, now I'm going to blank on the name of the breed of the cattle, but it's what they make that Kobe-style beef out of.
Yep.
Wagyu beef is the name of that I'm trying to think of, where they feed the beer to the cattle and keep them super calm. Ironically, everything that the place does is spectacular. The garnish, the sides, they make their own homemade mayo and ketchup that are really good. The burger meat is not good. It's bland and under-seasoned and not very flavorful. And it's like, I can get a better burger patty at Ruby Tuesdays than this. If this is what your Wagyu beef tastes like, I would get rid of the Wagyu beef, but it's expensive and trendy enough that I'm sure they're doing just bang up business.
Is this your first time in Minas Tirith?
But I could
Shame
probably
you couldn't
drop
see it in
16 bucks
better
on a
days.
burger and fries there.
Is this your first time in Minas Tirith? Shame you couldn't see it in better days. When the time comes to fight, we'll be ready.
Well, and I'm sure the problem they
Is this
have
your
is to
first
get their
time in
fancy
Minas Tirith?
Japanese Wagyu style beef.
Shame you
It
couldn't
probably
see it
comes in
better days.
frozen,
Is this your first time in Minas Tirith?
and it's just not
Shame
going to
you
be as
couldn't
good
see
as
it
if it
in
were
better
ground
days.
fresh.
When the time comes to fight, we'll be ready. When the time comes to fight, we'll be ready. The enemies of men approach. I hope you are prepared.
And call me biased, but the idea that a Nebraska restaurant has to get
We can
beef
only
from
hope that the
Japan
Rohirrim
is
will
kind of
arrive
stupid.
before it's too late.
Lord Smooches says, not hobnanigans again. I'm afraid so, Lord Smooches. That's kind of how I feel about the cisterns of Minas Tirith. Oh no, not the cisterns again. You're not Huruskana. Ski checking in. Hello, Ski. I was going to ask you why they're importing meat to a place that already has spectacular beef. It's a pretentiousness thing. The big trend in truly high-end quality restaurants is local and seasonal farm to table. And why more Omaha restaurants aren't embracing that, I don't know. But it kind of galls me because I like the restaurant, I like all of their food, and like I said, it's just, you get right down to it, everything is great except the burger itself. It's like, what are you guys thinking? Yep, I must have just finished Easterling Slayer Advanced. Completed Easterling Slayer of Oldenorian Advanced. I was not wrong. We used to have a little bar like 2 or 3 blocks from where we lived called Billy Frog's. Just the best dang burgers. Holy cow. They had this Old West barbecue bacon burger. And the place wasn't fast turning out the food, but it was fresh ground beef grilled to order. Man, the burgers were worth waiting for. And there's still a Billy Frog's in town, but there's the other ones downtown in the old market area. And that's a bit of a drive, but the burgers are spectacular. So what toppings did you have on your burger?
It was a pulled pork burger with like peppers and stuff.
That sounds great. Burger patty plus pulled pork?
Mm-hmm.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, it was pretty good. And then my car is going to cost $320 to fix, so that's good too.
That's not bad.
I mean, I don't have that money, so.
Hmm. Well, if it was going to cost $40, you probably wouldn't have had $40.
I have $40.
Okay. Can you loan me 20?
No.
All right.
I have to go buy Uger's graphics card.
Is he selling one?
No.
Epic Uger, of course, streams on Lotro Stream on Thursday nights. He's a darn fine young man, and we wish him all the best success in his future endeavors.
Dude.
We were playing Rocket League one night, and Uger was just convinced that he was having problems with his RX 580 video card. And he kind of went on and on about it for a while, and he'd just gotten the card. And so I offered him $75 sight unseen for his broken video card, and he declined my offer. Nick always found it amusing.
Indeed.
At the time, you could buy a good used RX 580 for $100 on eBay. So for me to offer him $75 for his broken card, I thought I was being very fair.
We were just all having a good time.
Yeah. The little places always have good food. Yep.
It's because they care about their stuff.
Well, and if you're not trying to import Wagyu beef into Nebraska, that's just gilding the lily. Which, I've had Wagyu beef and it is spectacular, but not if it's been, like, sitting in a freezer. Do you have Ruby Tuesdays there in Rhode Island?
Let's find out.
No?
I'll find out right now.
Okay.
No.
Ruby Tuesday was on my list of favorite restaurants for a couple of different reasons. They have a spectacular salad bar. And you could go in there and you could just get salad bar, or you could get like one of a dozen different combos. It would be like, I want mini sliders and salad bar. I want this and salad bar. I want to add salad bar to my regular order. And the salad bar had 3 or 4 different kinds of mixed greens, 8 or 10 different kinds of dressings, lots and lots of yummy toppings, homemade croutons. It's a good salad bar. And the other thing that I liked about the place was their burger meat was actually fresh burger meat. It had not been frozen. And the burgers were very, very good, especially for a chain restaurant. But perhaps most importantly, Coke Zero on Fountain.
No way.
Yep. So there are bad chain restaurants, and then there are chain restaurants that do not disgrace themselves. I would put Ruby Tuesday in the latter category. I'm okay eating at a Ruby Tuesday. And the fact that it's also kind of named after a Rolling Stone song sort of makes it cool. They are the undisputed
an hour away.
greatest rock band in the world. Oh, an hour away is not bad. There's a couple of Vietnamese restaurants down in Lincoln, Nebraska, and Mrs. Mustafa and I will occasionally road trip just to go eat there. We've got good restaurants here in Omaha for Vietnamese food, but there's just something about a couple of those Lincoln restaurants that... There's one called Pho Factory where they specialize just in the pho, the beef noodle soup. It's spectacularly good there. It's worth the trip to Lincoln just to eat at Pho Factory. And then, like in the same little shopping plaza, there's another place called Bonwich Cafe where they specialize in banh mi style sandwiches. They've got all kinds of different varieties of these Vietnamese. A banh mi, for those of you who haven't had one, it's basically like stir fry on French baguette bread. It's really good stuff. And they usually put on a little slice of jalapeno, spice it up a little bit. But they've got all different kinds. You can get Korean barbecue banh mi, Chinese pork banh mi. They've got a grilled sardine banh mi. You can get a curry banh mi. And they do the boba tea. And the other house specialty that they do there, they make these waffles. And the waffles are made with coconut milk. And they just serve them warm with a little bit of powdered sugar on them. There's some kind of plant extract that they put in the waffle batter that colors it green. So it's a green powdered sugar waffle that tastes like coconut milk. Sounds weird. They're delicious. And if you ever smell them coming off of the waffle iron at Bonwich Cafe, you would want one. And you can usually go ahead and get that. So a really good meal is to go eat pho at the Pho Factory and then stop by for a waffle before we head home. So I don't know I would drive an hour to go to a Ruby Tuesday, but
Nope.
If you happen to be out that direction, it's not a bad place to eat. And for me to give that as a ringing endorsement for a chain restaurant.
Is one in the city that Neat lives in that I'll be going to soon.
Okay. Well, my advice is eat local. If Nate knows of a good place local that's not a chain, eat that instead. I seem to be bleeding heavily. Should probably put a stop to that. Mary Rose checking in. Hi, True Lotro stream, talking about food. We got right into the food discussion, too. SKDX Killer was telling me he had a $16 burger for lunch.
Yeah.
So we started talking about expensive gourmet burgers and Wagyu beef, and this place that promotes using Wagyu beef here in Omaha, and how I'd rather have a burger from Ruby Tuesday because their Wagyu beef is dry and under-seasoned. I think they just bring it in frozen. And then they're like, oh, it's Wagyu beef, it's so fancy. And then they don't want to put seasoning on it because, oh, we wouldn't want to color the taste of our delicious Wagyu beef with salt and pepper. That would be crazy. Like salt and pepper your food, you idiots. You will all die a slow, slow death. Mary Rose, describe your perfect burger to us. I have to admit, I'm pretty happy with bacon cheddar barbecue sauce. You don't have to need to get much fancier than that to make me happy with a burger. I believe the North Ramus has been secured. A good chili cheese jalapeno burger with a little bit of onion is a glorious thing. Blue cheese on a burger is always terrific. Sauteed mushroom Swiss cheese.
The enemies of men approach. I hope you are prepared.
I hope I'm prepared too, but thanks. Mary Rose says, no mustard. Anything with grilled burger, melted cheese, lettuce, tomato, optional pickles, nice, but not on a burger. Bacon is good too. The gooier the burger, the better. Actually, you might be disappointed in me. When I get a fast food burger, Mary Rose, pickle and mustard is usually about the only thing I even want on a burger. Ski says, I'm usually just cheese and pickles, but I've had some really good bacon, jam, and blue cheese. That was really good. Oh, yeah. Once was racing through Moria and I got to an area with lots of mushrooms. I craved the Swiss and mushroom burger, and I hate those burgers. Mrs. Mustafa told me earlier that she's like, yeah, I think we're just going to do soup and sandwich for dinner. And I'm usually happy with soup and sandwich. That's fine by me. Except I've had turkey on white bread with mayonnaise so many days in a row for lunch now. I was like, would you make me peanut butter and jelly? She's like, oh, I could do grilled cheese and tomato soup. I'm like, okay, if you even wanted to do a turkey and grilled cheese, that would be okay. I just can't have any more turkey on white bread with mayo. That is not my jam. It's fine once in a while. She likes turkey, so she buys turkey. Chromite and I were having this discussion. Cold cuts belong on rye bread. Pumpernickel, marbled rye, light rye, dark rye, any rye bread. Rye bread and cold cuts to me is just, that's my happy place. For me, the perfect sandwich is roast beef pastrami or corned beef on rye bread with some pepper jack cheese. And yeah, turkey and mayo on white bread, not as much. So Mrs. Mustafa informed me that I can buy the sandwich stuff next time. And I'm perfectly okay with that. Mary Rose likes flax bread. Leave the rye and pepper jack for you, Big Ed. I know pilfer. Okay. You're just the Urukai I was looking for. I mean, it's not like I detest turkey. One of my favorite sandwiches to get at Subway, I usually just get the cold cut combo, which is actually all turkey cold cuts. It's turkey ham, turkey bologna, and something else. Turkey salami, I think. But the meat tastes good. It's got some flavor. It's fatty enough. And, you know, it's not their most expensive sandwich. So I'm like, all right. In fact, I'll be grabbing lunch with a coworker and we'll walk into a Subway and I'll be like, cold cut combo, double meat on whole wheat bread, lettuce, tomato, cucumber, salt, pepper, oregano, vinegar, and oil. And they'll look at me like, wow. And I'll be like, some people can play the piano, some people can paint, I can order a sandwich. It's my thing. I rattle off my haircuts pretty much the same way. Number 2 clippers to the sides and back, number 5s to the top. Blend them together, leave the back slightly rounded, clean up the neck, and lose the sideburns. You just order enough haircuts, you get that down. You order enough sandwiches, you get that down. It's not hard to do. Okay, enough with the stuns, please. There we go. I spent way more time stunned than I needed to be. Some of the bars over in Council Bluffs put, they'll do a mushroom Swiss and hamburger, where they put a grilled slice of ham on top of the burger along with the mushrooms and Swiss cheese. That's pretty good. Nothing like a little bit of pork to help reinforce the taste of the burger. Who the heck are the Urukai? You're not an Urukai. Nothing wrong with the classic patty melt. Burger with grilled onions and melted cheese on rye bread. There's my Urukai. And there goes Urukai number 10. We have culled the tide of the Urukai. What's your favorite fast food burger, Nick?
Nah. Probably from Burger King, whenever it is, but it's usually like a spicy chicken or something.
They've got those new Big King burgers that are pretty good.
Yeah, I think I've had one of those.
I used to like Wendy's pretty well, but it doesn't seem like they're quite as tasty as I remember them. I gotta give props to Mickey D, that new quarter pounder they're doing, supposedly with the fresh hamburger. That really is a lot better. Especially if you're eating at the McDonald's and you can sit down right there when it's fresh off the grill. That's a pretty tasty burger. Delarfin says Wendy's breakfast menu is amazing. Hi, Del. Linda Tepler says the Boll Weevil burger is sour cream, green chili, and fried egg. Ooh, that sounds good. Rockhead likes his double whopper. Got addicted to that while pregnant with my daughter. Well, I'm glad it got you through. Does sound like a terrific burger, though. And I assume we call them Hardee's. You may call them Carl Jr.'s. Still has the Frisco melt. I always liked that burger.
We can only hope that the Rohirrim will arrive before it's too late. Is this your first time in Minas Tirith? Shame you couldn't see it in better days. When the time comes to fight, we'll be ready.
I've been known to tackle a double whopper with cheese on occasion.
We'll be ready.
Not a fan of the Big Mac anymore.
Will arrive before it's too late. The enemies of men approach. I hope you are prepared. When the time comes to fight, we'll be ready.
Not enough beef and too much Thousand Island dressing.
We'll be ready.
Oh, one of the grocery stores had the hatch chilies in from New Mexico. They had a big display of hatch chilies in the produce section the other day. Hard Hit checking in. Hard Hit, you're missing all the burger talk. Welcome. Balanksbond says, hi, in and out. We do not have In-N-Out Burger here. I have heard the tales, though. They open a new In-N-Out Burger, and they have to put riot cops out on patrol. People lose their minds. Dairy Queen has a half-pound flamethrower burger, 2 quarter-pound beef patties, bacon, jalapeno, spicy jalapeno mayonnaise, and pepper jack cheese. And I'd be the first person to admit that the quality of Dairy Queen's beef, it's okay. I mean, it's frozen beef. It's not spectacular, but it's not terrible. But man, the way they put the whole burger together, man, it's like, yeah, this works for me. I like the spiciness and the beefiness and the baconiness. It's so good, I don't even usually get ice cream if I go there to get the half-pound flamethrower. Tonight we're playing a little game called Orcs Go Boom. The purpose of this game is to make the orcs go boom. That's an orc. He's about to go boom. Had to get him in line of sight, but then he went boom. Oh, I got Mrs. Mustafa pretty good yesterday. She was getting ready to go out, and so right before she left the house, I was like, don't worry, sweetie, I don't need one of those new banana pudding shakes from Sonic. All I need is your unconditional love. And she actually brought me home the banana pudding shake from Sonic.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just get lucky. There's one of the captains. I've been wondering where you two have been hiding.
Charge!
Oh, Nardaga said something nice about my skull making a nice trophy.
Nice.
I took it as a compliment.
Ooh.
So, Blanksmond, tell me about your favorite In-N-Out burger. What do you order it with? What are the toppings? What do you get for your side? What do you wash it down with? I'd heard somebody mention that today was National Root Beer Float Day. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Oh, I think I already killed this one already. Yep. I need the other one now.
There's this job offering that's the same thing I think that you do with the COVID tracing.
Mm-hmm.
I might apply to it.
Well, that could be a good deal.
$19 an hour.
Nice.
I doubt I'll get it, but I'll try.
Well, if you've got a streaming computer set up, you already have all the hardware you need to work from home.
Mm.
I just get the cheeseburger and that comes with onions and lettuce and their own sauce, fries and a Coke. Yeah, there's a simple beauty about, as fancy as they like to make burgers, there's something to be said for keeping them simple. It's like I was telling Mary Rose that sometimes I just like mine with mustard and pickle. There's Crumb Bob. I was looking for you. Crumb Bob goes down. I've also never had White Castle. I guess the first White Castle was opened back in like 1921. It's been around a long time. Did you ever see Harold and Kumar?
Mm-hmm.
I
Are
love
you
those movies.
NPH?
NPH was so awesome in all three of those movies.
Wanna see Big Bob? Echo beetle in my room. Jesus
In
Christ.
fact, to this day, whenever that dude shows up, I'm always like, hey, it's Kumar. I don't
He
think
does like
Harold's
real
getting much
shit
work
now.
anymore. Yeah, I know.
Real stuff.
There you go. But he was on House for a long time, and
Remember Epic Movie and all those spoof movies?
mm-hmm.
He's in a few of those too.
He's gotten some good work. I saw him in something recently, and I don't remember what. But I did
He's
my
a
usual.
director now.
Hey, there's Kumar.
I think Kumar's a director now.
Could be.
Excuse me.
I am missing a tent somewhere. I will find that tent and I will burn it. Hey, look what I found. Tent number 10. That last tent has Ed's attention. I see what you did there. The South Ramis has been defended. I don't know what Mrs. Mustafa's been doing, but her cooking's actually been improving slightly. She made pork chops the other night. She got them over seasoned. They were a little salty towards the end, but they were still juicy. She didn't cook them to death. And she made salmon like twice this week and didn't murder the salmon fillets either time.
I can only hope that the Rohirrim
Yeah,
arrive
I'm
before
hoping.
it's too late.
I see her watching cooking shows all the time and none of it ever rubs off on her, but she might have actually picked up a tip or two. Well, I know we're having pulled pork for lunch tomorrow. Another flying field event. We've got our pattern championship going on. It's Aerobatic Flying. I've competed in it quite a bit in years past, but not for the last few years. But it's basically like figure skating or snowboarding. The pilots have a set routine they need to go up and fly and do the maneuvers precisely. And it's not really about each maneuver, it's about stringing all of the maneuvers together fluidly all in a row the way you're supposed to, and not getting like out of sorts or messing anything up or missing a maneuver. Definitely takes a little bit of practice and skill. But even though I'm not flying, we're going to just sort of help with scorekeeping and getting pictures taken and awards made and helping with food and stuff. My job is mostly to take care of Mrs. Mustafa while she handles the photography. So it'll just be fun to hang out, and one of the guys is bringing pulled pork, and it should be a good time. That goes Saturday and Sunday. And we have pilots fly in from all over the area. Well, not fly in, drive in with their planes. Kansas, Missouri, Colorado. Sometimes we'll get pilots in from Illinois or Minnesota. South Dakota. And they all come into town and hang out for the weekend and fly at the contest. So Saturday night we try to all go out to dinner as a group. So we'll see how Mrs. Mustafa's feeling tomorrow night. She may want to go out and eat dinner with a bunch of RC pilots, or she might be sick of us by then. So don't forget, if you're doing your Minas Tirith dailies, you can also do your Osgiliath dailies. There are more scrolls to be earned just by popping in over here, too. And this little Osgiliath sequence really doesn't take much time. There's 6 quests, and it's a pretty nice tight loop. And it also helps you get your Slayer Deeds of Eastern Gondor done. Oh, crap. Ah, back up, Ed! Don't run into it! Oof. That popped in really late. That is a roving threat. I am fortunate. Can't believe I didn't aggro that thing and get stomped to death immediately. Yeah, almost everything you fight and kill doing the dailies are part of the Eastern Gondor Slayer deeds. So it's time well spent running through Osgiliath. So having the Mumak walking back and forth across the bridge will make this a little trickier, but not impossible. I just have to be careful pulling my trolls on the bridge. Once he moves far enough up, I should be able to slide in behind here and drop down without aggroing him. And I will come help you with the roving threat. Nah, I'm good. Not my first rodeo. I know how to pick my way around those guys pretty good. We will probably need to do a little bit of inventory cleanup, though. Mm-hmm.
So I bought a PSP battery for my flight to South Carolina.
Nice.
Assuming my anxiety doesn't kill me first.
Well, only the good die young, Nick. You'll probably live to be in your 90s.
I sure hope so.
I like your chances.
Wait a second.
Definitely don't need the zircons. Chunks of high-grade Anorian skarn. had to mute there. I had that Coke Zero coming back on me. Even tastes delicious the second time. Oh, there they are. Okay, I've got 3 pack slots now.
What news do you bring, traveler? I have a lot of overflow stuff to sell. Who knew? Interesting. We'll sell those shattered hatchets so I still have 1 open pack slot. And really, that's all you need. Okay, Osgiliath Dailies, here we go.
The Morgul host must be defeated. The Morgul host must be defeated. Ithilien is crawling with foes. We need your help if we are to fight the enemy. The city may be lost, but we still fight to defend it. This better be important. I am quite busy.
It's super important. I am super serial. Oh, speaking of super serial, have you been playing any of the Fractured But Whole?
I'm thinking about streaming it once I play it.
Yeah, other than some of the boss fights being rage-inducing, it's super fun.
Yeah, that's one of those games.
Rats and bats and slugs all count towards a beast slayer deed here in eastern Gondor. Oh, there's one back here. Crawlers do not count, so I will leave the crawler alone. We'll check the wooden crate for sandwiches. Mary Rose says, going into lurk mode. Have fun, Big Ed. Mary Rose, thanks for coming by. Always a pleasure. That's a crawler. Crawler. Oh, I have exciting news. For those of you who've been wanting to build a PC but haven't been able to because you can't buy a graphics card, those new AMD APUs that they just put up for sale apparently are in plentiful supply. They have not run out of stock at Newegg. You can get a 6-core, 12-thread Ryzen 5 5600G with integrated Vega 7 graphics. $259. It's a great CPU, and the graphics that are built into it are powerful enough for you to play a lot of video games at 1080p. You're not going to be able to play AAA games at 1080p. You're not going to be able to play every title at high quality graphics. But if you want to play some medium, some low, maybe play some stuff at 1600 by 900 res, very doable, and then you can just add in a graphics card later. I actually priced out a system on Newegg, everything except the keyboard, mouse, and monitor for under $600. Nice case, 600 watt gold power supply, so it'd be ready for a video card upgrade. 512 gig NVMe solid state drive. Yeah, pretty nice setup. Wi-Fi built in for that price. So AMD can keep cranking out those chips to keep up with demand. The days of PC shortages might finally be starting to wither. That is good news. The chip is not quite as fast as the 5600X, but it is $30 cheaper and it has integrated video, so it's a happy thing. Oh, I suppose I can loot the lavish chest. I don't really need the supplies, but okey doke. So, Nick, have you pre-ordered your Razer gaming chair?
And no,
Okay.
$400.
I know that's a ludicrous amount to spend on a gaming chair.
How dare you?
Now let's take the Overseer down. He's got a few more hit points than the rest of them, but not a big deal. Alright, we have some undamaged blades, we've got some armor scraps, we got our last hidden supply. Ponton Finberry checking in. Hello, Ponton. Ponton, what is your ultimate cheeseburger? And what's your favorite fast food cheeseburger? Six of 6 on undamaged blades. More armor scrap. It has mushrooms and onions on it. That's good for me. So what's your go-to fast food burger, Ponton? It's a lavish chest. Hi, sweetie. Thank you. Mrs. Mustafa has gifted me with hot, fresh popcorn. Ponton says I rarely ever eat fast food, but if nothing else, probably Backyard Burger if one is around. They're always good, but it's been many years since he's had one. Have you ever found a fast food cheeseburger that you don't love, Mrs. Mustafa?
I'm not a huge cheeseburger fan.
Well, hamburger.
Hamburger fan.
You used to like cheese, didn't you? Back before they told you to quit eating it?
I didn't mind it, but I'm not a huge fan.
Okay. We generally cook every day, but tonight we just bought some fried chicken at a local market here. Yeah, Mrs. Mustafa likes to do that. Fried chicken is kind of amazing to me. It might be the only thing that I can think of that is just as good cold as it is hot. If there's anything better than, man, you're hungry and you're not sure what you want to eat, and you're looking for a snack. You open up the fridge and there's a cold fried chicken leg sitting in there. It's like, oh baby, come to daddy. I mean, you can eat cold pizza, but the pizza's always better when it's hot. For me, having that melted cheese is part of the magic of pizza. So once the pizza's cold, it's still good, but I don't think it's as good. But fried chicken cold is still really terrific. I'm still going to have to go over to the other section to get a raft, if not a raft builder. Same with pizza, doesn't matter if it's cold either. Like I said, cold pizza is good, but that I would rather have hot. Ah. Actually, if you ever have Chinese leftovers and you're not sure what to do with them, you can just drop them into an omelet. The rice is a little bit dried out or whatever, just drop it in the eggs. They'll soak that right up and it'll re-moisten the rice. It's really good. Everything in your leftover Chinese food container would go great in an omelet. Ask me how I know. Alright, let's see if I can get 6 trolls off of this bridge without that Mumak murdering me, and I'll be done. Sorry, Mr. Crawler. I had no reason to kill you. Ooh, a corpse. Check it for sandwiches. What are you watching, sweetie? The Mumak is back. Well, the Mumak's back, and there's gonna be trouble. Leftover homemade soup is always best the next day, because after sitting a long time, it soaks up all the good flavors into the stuff added. Yes. Soup generally just continues to get better as it sits in the fridge. And that's 6. I'm going to turn this in. Mrs. Mustafa always complains whenever I make homemade soup. She's like, "Oh, you guys make way too much." And then like a day or two later, I'll go to the fridge to get some and it'll all be gone. She's done that with turkey before, too. Why did you get such a big bird? And then it's gone. Hi, Ginger. I'm just running my Minas Tirith and Osgiliath dailies. We're talking about our favorite burgers, both gourmet and fast food. SKDX Killer met a friend for lunch today, and he had a $16 burger. It was a burger with pulled pork on it. Sounded delicious. See, I remembered, Nick. I pay attention and stuff.
Nice.
Well met.
Ginger can't have burgers. Aw, Ginger. Sorry. I was bragging up you and Mary Rose helping us out on Wednesday on Adventures on Evernight. Always a joy to be able to play with Ginger and Mary Rose. And, mentioned to Ginger, I wish I'd done this last week. Ginger does not stream a lot, but she does stream Lotro. So be sure to throw her a follow. Check out her stream sometime. She said the last time she tried to stream, it was mostly just her yelling at grandkids, which sounds highly entertaining, so you'll want to check that out. We die so well. We do die so well. It's true. Freebie of the week. Fall injury immunity. Nimble feet. Oh, and Mrs. Mustafa made popcorn. She brought Arby's home for lunch today. I was surprised you didn't try that Southwest chicken wrap thing they've been advertising. I have a lot of clipped wings I need to turn in. Who knew? Five thickened goo. Alright, I have one pack space open. Yeah, task item turn in is quickly going to become critical at some point. I do dye well. I'm a scholar. I can make dyes. Thank you for noticing, Ponton. Map to the party tree, maps to Bywater, more maps to the party tree. Faded Sindarin passages. This hasn't been identified yet, but that might be one of the ones that I'm supposed to hang on to for some reason. Or not. Tomes of Defense, more Tomes of Defense. It's a lot of Tomes of Defense I haven't been using. Slayer Deeds. Part of my problem is I just pick this stuff up and never use it for anything. Crafting Acceleration. Scroll of Finesse. I know, sweetie. Yeah, Max Marola on Power. Okay. Let's see what we can do. Essence of Morale. Can't just be sitting there moaning, honey. Nick can hear that on the microphone. He says you're annoying the poop out of him.
I did not say anything like that.
Totally said that.
Lies.
Nick is outraged at all the background noise you're making, honey.
No, I didn't say shit.
I
Talking
know.
mushrooms.
Good heavens.
I didn't say nothing. I just assumed you guys had gotten a cat. It's purring the whole time.
Try not to upset Nick so much, honey.
Being bullied.
See, you're forgetting the fact that we're married, and therefore Mrs. Mustafa never listens to anything that comes out of my mouth.
Yes.
Ithilien is crawling with foes. The Morgul host must be defeated. The Rangers will not surrender Osgiliath. There is more still to do. We are not yet finished with our work. What news have you?
I do need to free up a second pack slot somehow.
The Morgul host must be defeated.
Scrolls of Empowerment. A very, very short trip back to Minas Tirith. There was a great chat on Discord earlier with some of the devs taking housing questions from players. Cool. It is nice that the development team is so accessible to the players. Some of the other games I play, Apex Legends, the relationship is much more toxic. I don't want to say Apex Legends which game in particular, but you know.
What game?
Some other game.
Is this your first time in Minas Tirith? Shame you couldn't see it in better days. We can only hope that the Rohirrim will arrive before it's too late. Is this your first time in Minas Tirith?
It is. It's
Shame
my
you
very
couldn't
first
see it
time
in
here.
better days. The enemies of men approach. I hope you are prepared.
I hope
It's
I'm
your first
prepared
time in
to.
Minas Tirith. Shame you couldn't see it in better days.
Uh-oh. What did I do? Oh, those can't stack because they're different tiers. So I still need to open up another pack slot. Hope token. Map to the party tree goes bye-bye. Alright, so that little run between the North Ramus, South Ramus, and Osgiliath netted me 9 handful of scrolls of empowerment. So that's okay. Pot and Finberry says one of the things they're looking at is maybe possibility to change the weather at your house one day. That could be fun. I'm not gonna lie, that's pretty good popcorn, Pookie. Plus, she wants me to rub her back so I can rub my hands on her t-shirt. Works out well for me. And you'll be delicious and lightly salty now. Unlike Alapenya, who's normally very heavily salty. See what the hobbitses have for us. Well, that's true. I can go reforge some stuff. That might be a good use of my time. Of course, it might also be a good use of my time to go to the housing area and turn in some task items, too. Although I might be able to just turn in stuff here. Clipped ears, not a possibility. I think I had a bunch of damaged claws and I got rid of them. Nope, I got at least one stack. Alright, let's just go through the list. Talk to Damrod at the camp of the host. Okay. Why are there no tasks for me? That's a really good question. I didn't level up. Why are there no tasks for me? Because they're all either in progress or on cooldown. So one of the things I like to do, if you're not sure what you have in your inventory, because it's a big giant mess like mine is, just take them all and then cancel whichever ones you don't have the stuff for, and that way they won't show up. So when you're going through the board, only the stuff you can turn in shows up. The cooldown expires after 5 minutes, so it's not a big deal. Uh-oh, now I don't have enough stuff for any of this. So I can cancel those. Tasks. Careful, Pookie. And it's 7 of 10 for tasks complete. They also noted for next housing area that man and elf is not on the table, so that leaves hobbit or dwarven housing next to be made. Well,
Like Hobbit.
or Bjorning.
Eh.
Or Earthkin. There is one downside to the new chair, Nick.
What's that?
The armrests on this secret labs chair are rather prominent, so if I drop a popcorn kernel, it's kind of a pain in the tuchus to be able to get down and go pick it up off the floor.
I gotcha.
Be warning is man. Kinda, but not really. I feel like in order for that to be true, man would have to be Bjorning.
You dropped popcorn?
No. That's crazy talk. You know
Where
I'd
is
never
it?
drop popcorn.
Where is it?
I didn't drop any popcorn. Or I already picked it up before you got back. One of the two. But officially, I'm denying it. I apologize. The pollen count is through the roof here. And I have just been coughing and sneezing and... Normally I can get to the microphone to mute it, but... I've not been doing a good job of it tonight. Nori Stoutshield says, Hobbits need some housing love. Give them some real tunnel-feeling hobbit holes.
What can I do for you?
Alright, it might be the part of the stream where we need to summon Chromite. Chromite, Chromite, Chromite. We got Bolster Courage. I could see a Hobbit house in the style of the Matham house in Michael Delving. Court of Salvation. Raise the Spirit. What else we got here? Call of the Second Age. Still as Death. Alright. And we may as well identify that. Just in case there's something useful on there.
I'm sure you will find it. I will dispense this bit of advice. Beware of those closest to you. That's enough. Visiting hours are over. And you, bird, I'll take care of you.
I'll be right back.
I'll be right here.
Someone, for some reason, set somebody up. We need to return to the scene of the crime and find out why.
Look at this. Chickies. It's a robotic servo light joint. Whatever attacked this bus must
Dole Amrith.
So it looks like a robot. But that's all the proof we need. We still need to know who built it.
Yeah, and I have a pretty good idea who that is. Yes? Mrs. Wyatt?
What can I do for you?
And I got 4 pack slots open. I am ready to rock. Oh, Drana's checking in. How you doing, man? AKA Elite Wannabe. You having any luck getting your thermaling / shutdown issue traced? What the heck did that turn out to be? Still being lazy on the fan swap. Oh, okay. Yeah, I know how that is. Sometimes you just get done with your daily grind and you're just not in the mood to crack open your PC. I've been working a lot again because of the new Delta wave. Yeah, I got pulled back in on some COVID-19 contact tracing at work. I hate to say it. I'm actually pretty happy about it. I enjoy the contact tracing. It's a shame that people are getting sick, but makes my work life more pleasant, so careful what you wish for, I guess. Task limit reached.
I've returned.
Welcome back. Chuckles70 says hello. Hello, Chuckles.
Hello there.
He's kind of louded.
I'm not sure she's in the mood for me to ask her to turn it down. Plus, she made popcorn. Any chance you can drop it just a little bit, Pookie? Nick says you're a little loud.
It's audible, that's all.
Okay. Alright, let's go through the Tedments. Eat on camera? Check. Task items and inventory management? Check and check. We got some fishing to do. We got some crafting to do. You're likely to keep doing it. There's now a Delta Plus variant too that's even more transmissible. Yeah, and more stories are coming out about the Lambda variant. Whatever the hell that's going to be.
Is that from, like, Revenge of the Nerds?
Uh-huh.
I knew it.
It's the nerd variant. Lambda variant. Chuckle says, beginning of summer, house got struck by lightning and old PC had circuits damaged. So we've used the last of the stimulus funds on a new PC and we re-downloaded Lotro. What's new since... Ooh, Moria was new when I played last. Well, you were in for a treat because there's all kinds of fun stuff. Moria was new. You have Mirkwood. You have The Great River region, you have Dunland and Isengard. You
Road.
have Eastern and Western Rohan. Both of those regions are huge with tons of content.
There's so much stuff.
There's 6 regions to Gondor, including, but not necessarily limited to, Western Gondor, Central Gondor, Eastern Gondor, Old Anorian, Far Anorian, North Ithilien, and the Wastes. You've got Mordor, which is 5 regions of its own. You've got Minas Morgul. You've got the Dwarf Lands. Dale and Lake Town and Northern Mirkwood are all part of the landscape now. The Vale of Anduin. Yeah, there's more. There is some beautiful, beautiful, beautiful content. Pon says, I don't know why, but I just rarely ever do tasks. Well, most people have the good sense to not fill their bags with that stuff. I do not have good sense. So pretty soon I'll be able to fish here and catch Handful of Starlight Crystals indirectly. It will be a happy thing. Actually, that's pretty funny. I had it in my brain at one time you couldn't ride war steeds in here, but you could ride regular horses. Maybe they changed it so you can ride war steeds too? I don't know. Maybe I'm just imagining that you couldn't before. Oh, plus there's this new trick where you can combine all of your backpacks into one giant bag. There's a tool where you can put your packs into edit mode and just assign bag space however you want. So you can have 3 medium bags, you can have 2 large and 4 small bags, whatever you want to do. And then when you click on this thing again, it'll just show whichever bags actually have pack slots assigned to them. So you can custom tailor the stuff. It's pretty cool. People are like, what add-in are you doing till you do that? And it's like, there's no add-in. It's just in the game client.
Alright, I'm out of here.
Alright, have a good night. Hopefully we'll get a chance to hang this weekend sometime. Fallout 76 tomorrow if you want to join.
Perhaps.
Alright. I rolled up a new Fallout 76 character because I was showing off the game to somebody who was asking me about it in my Discord. And I took my new character, and at 4th level she found her first suit of power armor. I'm like, yeah, it's a little crazy. Sargareth checking in. Sargareth, how the heck are you? Good to see you, man. Wife is still in shock. I gather our characters were part of a server move to a server that has now also been shut down. So starting from scratch. You should be able to recover those characters. I don't think you guys have to start from scratch. But without knowing the specifics, I couldn't tell you how to dig out those characters. That happens and someone tosses the crystals in the water thinking that it's just a useless rock. Sargareth says, oh man, so much family stuffs. One of the things I can craft that is actually useful right now is going to be Host of the West crafting stuff. So let's open our shared vault, see if we can find some Anorian ingots. Hey, look at that, a big pile of Anorian ingots. Perfect. Lambda is coming from Brazil next. Yeah, we were talking about Lambda and Delta Plus. It's a little bit like Intel processors. Delta Plus is still on 14 nanometer, but it's Plus. But Lambda is going to be the new 10 nanometer node for the virus. Weaponsmith, Anorian, Host of the West. Big money, no whammies. Big money, no whammies. Big money, no whammies. Probably should have popped a scroll. But that's okay. Press your luck, exactly. 60% of the time that works every time, and you'll crit on your crafting attempt. If any of you remember the movie Anchorman, it's like Sex Panther cologne. 60% of the time, it works every time. Did you hear about my dad, Ed? I keep thinking the Lotro community is smaller than it is. I'm still running into people that haven't heard. I know that you went out to Hawaii to be with family and help out. I haven't heard anything recent, Sargareth. Oh, it's still in progress. Well, he passed away on the 25th last month. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Sargareth. My condolences for your loss. I know that is never easy. You know it's coming, you think it's coming, you expect it, and then when it hits, you're not ready for it. Oh, and I forgot to put those back. I always tell SKDX Killer, treasure your parents while you have them. They're the only ones you get.
What do you need?
He was a treasure. I'm glad I came back. They helped me out of a jam too, and I tried to do the same for him. He went downhill so fast, though. Really painful low prognosis condition about 3 weeks ago. They stalled a lot on getting him pain meds, but in the end he wasn't suffering. That's good. Alright. I'd like to head back out towards Minas Tirith, but I'm on cooldown for 27 more minutes. So I could go to Arnok. That's further away than I want to be. Helm's Deep. Aldberg. Snowborn. Oh, I don't have the stand guard travel point. That's funny. Enidwaith, Mirkwood. Have to be up at 4 a.m. Fair travels. Good night, Chuckles. Thanks for coming by and saying hello. And sorry you have to work so early, but have a good weekend, bud. Ed, you missed my dad's last joke. I'm sorry, Sargareth. Let me take a look. It went scrolling by so fast. He had angioplasty about a week before the end. They put a couple of stents in, and when he recovered, he said at least now he could give everyone his 2 stents worth. That is a dad joke.
How can I be of service?
Ooh, that is an interesting point. I'm 108th level now. Might need to start thinking about roving threats. So we have crafted now. No, Sargareth, I am free to play, so I don't get to play on the legendary servers. I'm on Arkenstone tonight. I'm playing a very old character of mine. I think Lenorian was the 3rd character I ever created. She's an elf minstrel, and I played her up to about 90th level, and then just packed her away. I hadn't played her for years, and we dusted her off, and I started playing her again a while back. Zinger's been running with me on Friday nights for a long time here on Lotro Stream. And he had some computer trouble a few months ago, and apparently he discovered the outdoors and fresh air and sunshine and maybe even girls. But I haven't hardly seen hide nor hair for Zinger in a couple months. Popcorn is always good. Not too often we eat it, but sometimes when watching a movie. I've guided so many people your way to learn the ways of free-to-play. That's okay, Sargareth. I literally have characters on every free-to-play English-speaking server. So I think it's nice that some of the Lotro players have a place to run and go hide where I can't find them. Helps people feel more safe. Plus, I feel like just knowing it's a Big Ed free zone, that the Legendary servers are more popular because of that. Why do you want to play on that server? Because Big Ed Mustafa can't. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Guided them here to fall asleep, exactly. The ambient effect of the Big Ed Mustafa stream. Do not watch Big Ed Mustafa unless you have a full 8 hours to devote to restful sleep. Do not drive or operate heavy machinery after watching Big Ed Mustafa. Alright, we're going to have plenty of fishing coming up, so I promise I won't stay and fish for too terribly long right now. 3 casts, 3 catches. I'm missing 1 sturgeon for Sturgeon Master. I would like to catch it, but I will not put all of you to sleep trying to get that done tonight, I promise. Although this is when it's nice to have a Coke Zero and a snack when you can just kick back and fish. Ginger says, have you ever fished in Carn Doom? Yes. Are they still talking about a graphics update? I think it's a long-term goal. I think it's a back burner project. We're a lot more likely to see Gundabad and River Hobbits and the Brawler class. That's all more near term. Oh, I did get a shovel-nosed sturgeon. Ideas to improve the game's graphics are talked about, just a matter of when and the time. Three spine stickleback, a carp. So it's been a couple of weeks now, but I did make Lady of Streams and the Complete Angler here on Lenorian. Ooh, a flounder. And a largemouth bass, which means I don't have the pack space to fish anymore. So we will get on with things. The flounder is found. Say that 5 times really fast. The flounder is found. 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 Raven Loco says, finished all those deeds at the hidden fishing hole in Arid? Or in Enidwaith? Yeah, well, maybe. The only hidden fishing deed I know of in Enidwaith is, Fisher King? Is there more out there? Trying to find something that was going to be relatively easy to get to, even though I'm a bit over level now. I'd bet dollars to donuts Lenorian never spent any time out here in the Limelight Gorge. That was a pretty safe bet. Okay, not the camp I was looking for, apparently. You can catch most of the trophy fish in that pond by the Stores town. Yeah, you can catch them a lot of different places. When it comes to just catching the last particular one you need for a master trophy, it's just RNG. I could have caught it there in Lothlorien where I was fishing off the dock. Now that my packs are full, I can't, but... Speaking of graphics, the one thing I'd like to see updated is the distance imposters draw distance, so that trees don't look pixelated far away. Well, I don't know. For a 14-year-old game, I still think Lotro looks pretty good. We are entering the Limelight.
The Rohirrim have need of your services.
Collect gorge webs. Anybody got anything else for me here? Ironically, I won't be able to do the task item turn-ins because I'm done for the day. I think so too. One of my friends I tried to get to play said they couldn't handle the graphics, but I think they're beautiful. Well, we have a fondness for the game. But, I mean, it's not like ESO Online looks spectacularly better. It is nice. It's a good game. I'm just saying. Although, if you see New Age and then you compare it to Lotro, it's like, okay, maybe she is a little long in the tooth. Alright, let's slay some Titans here. Oh, it looks like I might have slain some Titans in the past. Good deal. So the gorge is not completely unknown to Lenorian. Some places it's bad and can really see it, but not others so much. Where you're at now is fine. Yeah, that's one of the things that's been impressive about Lotro as the years have gone by. It just seems like every year and with every new update, they do a better and better job of stretching the game engine. I thought Mordor was spectacular for what they had to work with. Gondor is lovely. I think Dol Amroth is terrific. Ooh, a Garrison Keillor quote. My dad loved the Prairie Home Companion. Wait, was that the show? Yes, it was. It is his birthday today, Garrison Keillor's. Hence the quote. After 14 years, to improve the graphics, the team would have to overhaul the engine to even compare to more recently released games. Yeah, it's a lot of work. I don't know they'll ever be able to do a major overhaul. It'd be nice. Well, hello, big boy. This is a completely different experience than coming out here and doing this on level. Our Wednesday night group came out here. Since we usually have a full fellowship, we try to do mostly fellowship-only content on Wednesday nights. And then, like, the landscape stuff we kind of do on our own. So it was kind of funny. We were laughing about the fact that we were all kindred with the heroes of the Limelight Gorge sooner than we were the riders of Standguard. So we came out here and did all this before we even started messing with Standguard quests for the most part. Elwin Narrow says, yeah, but you don't have a problem with leaving people out. Exactly. Unlevel solo equals smoked. Yep. It was fun. Well, I guess I can go turn the webs in and see what else they want me to do. Odrana says, alright, working again tomorrow. Good to see you, Ed. Always enjoy watching you, Lotro. Odrana, don't be a stranger. All my best to you and yours. Have a good weekend, bud. Odranus used to sneak out and play some Apex with us on the weekends. Me and Gipio and SKDX Killer and the fellas. He's been so busy for so long, it's the first I've talked to him in a month, I think. I'm gonna stop playing hardcore and killing Wildemore release. Life gets in the way too often. You know, the nice thing about Lotro is it's just sitting here waiting for you whenever you want to come back to it. But, yeah. If you enjoy playing it, it's worth maybe setting up a regular time. Seeing if you can get a couple of your buddies together to play together. But if you don't get the chance, then you don't get the chance. Oh, that's the big one again. It's not that I can't kill them, it just takes twice as long. Those are special spawns, and I don't want to kill them just for the sake of dropping them if somebody else comes through here and needs them. As opposed to this spider, which is no big deal at all. Well, I remember the first time I came through here on my champion. Boy, having to stand up close and personal to those giant spiders while you're fighting them with melee, and they're just screeching the whole time, they're super annoying. Tux Ramus, how the heck are you? Man, talk about somebody I haven't talked to in a long time. Bongo, bongo, bongo solo. What's up, Big Ed? Hello, Bongo. Welcome. Tux, how you been, brother? All my best to you and Sorcerer Zero. Hope all is well. Worry about you guys with all the fires and stuff going on in your neck of the woods.
You to these lands.
If I don't see you on or talk to you for a while, I wonder what's happening. Alright, well, they gave me one daily. Very strange. I don't want to leave the Congo. Oh, no, no, no. Yeah. Ginger says, I'm heading to bed. Have fun. Ginger, get some rest. Have a great night, and hopefully we'll get to hang out with you sometime this weekend, too. Thanks, Ed. We're good. Been busy. Yeah, lots of fires, but so far so good for us. In Coos Bay. I'm glad to hear it. Among his many, many, many notable achievements, Tux Ramus plays and streams without using Microsoft at all. He is on 100% Linux and plays and streams Lotro on a Linux system. And be sure to throw him a follow, show him some love. Check out his stream sometime. Ginger said Soma and I are going to do Limelight tomorrow if things go right. Cool. Soma Tome is Ginger's granddaughter. Soma also streams. We will throw her a shout out also. And I think I was just getting fired up when Lord Smooches popped in. And as long as I'm shouting out folks, he certainly deserves one too. We have a great community, lots and lots of good streamers. I wasn't paying attention. I'm like, gee, there's got to be something else around here I can kill. I'm literally walking right up to that tree, not noticing it. It's like, duh. I'm not a smart man.
Will you help me? What do you want? Will you stay and speak with me a moment? Will you help me? Will you help me?
So we've got some dwarves who have wandered off. I thought there was supposed to be a tree here to fight. Oh, this must be it. Okay. He seems a little panicky about the trees being alive. That's okay. The key to Lotro on Linux is to be using the 64-bit client. Otherwise you get a memory leak issue. See, there's good advice there already. One of my projects I'm thinking about doing, since I don't have anybody to build a computer for right now, is I might put together a PC with one of the new AMD APUs in it, that 5600G, and then Valve is supposed to be releasing their Steam OS version 3 for that Steam Deck. And kind of like to build a PC around that and see what kind of gaming experience you get. It was supposed to be the operating system for their Steam boxes that never took off, and they've completely reworked it, basing it off of a different distro, Arch Linux, I believe, for the new one. I forget what the old one was based on. But Steam has always made that OS publicly available to whoever wants it, so I think that might be fun to play around with. See what I can get it to do. Alright, let's go find these other dwarves. Now, they used to base it on Ubuntu Debian, but now it's Arch. They use the KDE desktop environment for their desktop mode. The new Steam Deck looks very exciting. Yeah, Linus Sebastian from Linus Tech Tips posted a video today. He actually got a chance to go to Valve and play with one of their prototypes and was just gushing over it. He was pretty excited. They're supposed to start shipping in December, but I guess most of the production's already sold out through the second quarter of 2022. I was sure I just walked past the dwarf. Here he is. Okay, this must be the tree then. Alright, let's go find that third dwarf. Really like the look of the new AMD CPUs too. I did finally upgrade my PC a few months back to an AMD 3700X. Yeah, they make nice stuff. Although what's funny about it, I'm a big AMD fan. My current system is a 2700 with a Radeon 5700 XT graphics card. Completely happy with it. Don't really have any intention to upgrade anytime soon. My stuff's pretty middle of the road, but I mean it does everything I could ever want it to. I have good fast 1440p gaming at high refresh rates. But the last two PCs I've built, one for my niece and one for my friend Harry, I've actually done Intel processors for both of them. The 10 series, particularly both of them were i5 10400s. One was a regular 10400 and the other a 10400F. I got that 10400F for my niece's build for $140. 6 cores, 12 threads, 4 gigahertz plus boost clock. I mean, it's so much chip for so little money. You know, Intel or AMD's almost a victim of their own success. That 5600G is their least expensive current processor at $259. They just don't have anything below that because they don't need it. They've been selling all the silicon they can pump out. But CPU supply is almost caught up with demand. Ironically, AMD's chips are becoming more and more available, and it's the Intel stuff that's selling out. The supply of a lot of those 10 series chips are drying up, but there's still some really good deals out there. The 10600KF is a 6-core, 12-thread overclockable chip. No integrated graphics, but I mean, that's a super fast chip, particularly with the right motherboard and cooling. And $199 right now. It's like, wow. That's a third off the usual price. That chip was $300 all day long not too long ago. Ryzen Radeon for the win. Well, frankly, there's nothing wrong with the Intel or Nvidia stuff either, other than it's just hard to get a hold of what you want sometimes. But I got a really nice GTX 980 off of eBay for my niece's build, $179 for an MSI gaming version. It was really nice, clean shape, and it was a good buy for the money at the time.
What do you need?
You know, and it's about as fast as a 1660 Super or as fast as a 2060 in a lot of games. Is there somebody else I need to talk to here? Yep.
It is hopeless.
But man, you want to talk about grateful. I bought my 5700 XT. I didn't really need a video card upgrade at the time, but I had a credit sitting at Amazon and I didn't know what I wanted to spend it on. And I thought, well, if I use the credit and I sell my old video card and one of Mrs. Mustafa's old video cards, I'd pretty much just about pay for a new upgrade. So I bought that 5700 XT when it was on sale. And I mean, I could have turned around and sold it for triple what I paid for it. Of course, I wouldn't have had anything to play video games on if I had, so.
Well met. What do you need? Greetings.
Okay, looks like we're all done with these dwarves here. Camp of the host. No, there's still a quest ring somewhere. Who am I missing? Not those two. Nobody out here. Not that dude. I couldn't get my hands on my Radeon chip. I wanted the 6800. Daddy Hutch got one. Not the chip, sorry, GPU. Nice, she must have been delighted. Yeah, she'd been running my wife's old Athlon X2, well, Athlon 2 X3 system with 8 gigs of RAM and an old HD 6750 card. To play The Sims 4. It was fine for what she was doing with it, but I had to replace a power supply in it last year, and she was starting to get some drive errors. So it's on a new B460M motherboard with Wi-Fi 5, 16 gigs of DDR4 3000 memory, which is actually faster RAM than the CPU and motherboard can take advantage of, but it's fine. It just runs it at 2666. And I put in a 512 gig NVMe solid state disk drive, and it's very fast, especially for what she uses it for. So I'm hoping with it running well, she will enjoy it more. And in fact, I talked to her. She was hoping to get a summer job, and she's still only 15 and nobody would hire her. They want 16-year-olds so they can work them harder. And so she said she's been hanging out playing The Sims a lot over the summer. It's like, well, don't spend your whole summer inside playing video games. That's your uncle's job. But yeah, no, she's been enjoying the PC. It's been great. My friend Harry's not a gamer. I built him a 10400 just using the integrated video on the Intel chip, which is potato quality if you're going to game. But if you're not a gamer, I mean, it runs 2D applications just fine. He's been very happy with it. We got a pretty nice board. Used an ASRock B460M board that was... trying to remember which model it was. I think it was a step above. It was either the Pro 4M or the Pro 4M AC. No, it didn't have built-in Wi-Fi, but it had a slot for the M2 Wi-Fi card, and we got a Intel Wi-Fi 6 card that slots into the motherboard in that little M2 slot for the Wi-Fi. Turned out to be really slick, and it's really good Wi-Fi. So that was pretty cool. And same deal though, NVMe hard drive and plenty of fast RAM and a good power supply. Put it in a nice fractal case. I did cheap out on the niece's case. She's got a DIY PC case from Newegg that I got with free shipping for $30. Tempered glass, came with a case fan. And I put 2 or 3 more case fans in it too. I wanted that GTX 980 to get plenty of cool air. And but the case looks good for as cheap as it was. You know, she's got tempered glass and good ventilation, and I added the fans to it she needs, and that was, so it's all good. Cotton says, I still use a hard disk drive in my PC for games, but I have a small SSD that Windows runs on. That's basically what I'm doing, Ponton, although my small SSD is 1 terabyte, and my game drive is an 8 terabyte platter drive. You know, as big as games are getting, it'd be nice to be able to just rely on all solid state storage, but if you're going to play more than just a couple games, it's not actually very easy. Particularly if you get much of a Steam library built up or an Epic Game Store library built up. It's just nice to have the extra space to be able to store all that stuff instead of having to uninstall and reinstall games all the time. My friend I play with we're moving back to Saturdays with that, by the way. He plays on a notebook, and I'm constantly asking him, you know, do you want to play Hearthstone? Do you want to play StarCraft 2? And invariably he won't have games installed because he's always taking stuff off to make room because he doesn't have a big drive in the notebook. Adequate storage is important. And for your games library, platter drive's just fine. You will not see a significant performance increase. Generally speaking, there are games that are an exception to the rule, but it doesn't make that huge of a difference if you're loading from a NVMe hard drive or a platter drive on a SATA connection. Tuck says, oh yeah, an SSD makes a huge difference. They can be a great upgrade for older laptops too. Absolutely. And Raven says, Wi-Fi versus wired connection? Hard drives last longer, I hear. You know, I've had to replace plenty of hard drives over the years, but I've already had to replace some solid-state disk drives for friends. I've had a couple of them go bad. In fact, one of them that went bad was an HP drive, and I remember ordering it for a build thinking, well, it's an HP drive, I'm sure it'll last. And it's like, doesn't matter. I don't think the brand name matters. But I've since used another HP drive that's working good. In fact, I think that's what's in my niece's computer. And a lot of the memory I use is from Team Group. It's good stuff. Their memory is lifetime warranty. Their solid-state disk drives usually have a 3 or a 5-year warranty. And they're pretty good about RMAing stuff if you have a problem. Took me a while to figure out their process, but once you know it, they do a nice job of getting stuff swapped out for you. HP was fast too. I can't say I had much trouble with either one of them, other than just figuring out the intricacies of the process, who to contact and what you have to do before you send it in, and those kinds of things. But yeah, that's one of those things I don't think brand matters much. I don't have room to pick up any Westimate Scholars materials. Wi-Fi here cannot hardwire to my PC. Yeah, and I'm on Wi-Fi, which Chromite's done a lot over the years to help me optimize my streaming setup. And one thing he's adamant about is hardwire your setup. Don't try to stream from Wi-Fi. But I've always made sure that I was relatively cutting edge on the Wi-Fi stuff I use. And one of the things I found with Wi-Fi is it doesn't matter what brand you have or how much you spend. Eventually your router or your wireless card will start acting up, and you just need to replace it once you start like dropping connections sporadically. Just replace the stuff. Just expect to have to replace your Wi-Fi stuff every 3 or 4 years. And don't buy the bleeding edge $300 routers. And as long as you keep your stuff up to date, you know the difference between 802.11n and 802.11ac and 802.11ax, and you don't mind replacing the gear once in a while. Obviously, you can stream Lotro and Wi-Fi. I've been doing it for a long time, much to Chromite's chagrin. It's one thing I haven't been able to take his advice on, but to Chromite's credit, he's been pretty good about letting me slide on that. So I appreciate it too. Let's see if I can mail this fish. If you're out in Limelight Gorge, one of the things that's interesting, there's only 2 things you can turn in. Knotted heartwood pieces and thick branches. But the turn-in stacks are not 10 apiece. Each individual knotted heartwood piece, I have 8 of them. That's 8 stacks basically. I can turn those in for Limelight Gorge rep. And then the branches, 3 per stack instead of 10. So even if it looks like you don't have a lot of stuff to turn in, you'll be surprised at how many turn-ins that actually is. So yeah, Limelight Gorge rep for the win. Bacchus checking in. Hi there, Ed. How are you doing? I'm good. Oh, Raven Loco says, spent 2 hours on the phone with HP swapping in installed RAM. When I started the call, I said it was a BIOS rootkit causing the boot failure. We'll never go HP again. Yeah, big tech companies can be super annoying. Pon says, well, it's late. I'm a head off. Have fun storming the castle. Pon, take care. Hopefully I'll get a chance to talk to you more this weekend. Peace out. Baka says, sorry I missed you guys on Wednesday. I lived up to my name and got drunk and overslept. That's okay. We had fun without you. We would have had fun with you, but I was recounting what we did. Baka sometimes joins us on Wednesdays. We went out to Wildemore and did war bands, and that was fun. It was a nice challenge. We found out that since War was only 78th level, we needed to put a couple levels on him before he could get credit for the war bands. So we went and ran Dome of the Stars in Osgiliath at level 84. And Ginger and Mary Rose came out and helped us with that. And then when they had to go, Val and Canna Black rotated in. And we went and did some more stuff. I think we just ran Defense of the Prancing Pony. And that was enough to get Gore up to 80th. And then we went out and did War Bands. I think he might have put on another level again yet. No, he went from 78th to 80th. And Mandalinia, my Runekeeper, went from just barely 80th to almost 81st. So it was a good productive night. We got a lot of stuff done, poked our head into a new area. So yeah, that's okay. You were missed, but we endeavored to persevere, so it's all good. Panandol checking in. Morning, Big Ed. Hello, Panandol. Welcome. Do we have a mailbox here? Do I have anything I can actually put in the bank? Probably not. Did I walk past a mailbox? Wada's home. Supplier's home. I forgot I was looking for a mailbox in particular, and they normally have them at the bank, but that's okay. M-Dog Gaming checking in. Hello, M-Dog. Greetings. Let's get M-Dog a shout out. Russian Fishing 4, a man after my own heart. Yeah, known M-Dog a long time. He used to stream some Lotro back in the day. Variety streamer, good guy. Check out his channel. If you're not following M-Dog Gaming, you're missing out. Throw him a follow. Show him some love. If enough Lotro people come by and say hello, who knows? Maybe he'll even play and stream some Lotro. You are welcome. I'll mail the fish to Nemini, my hunter, because she can travel around more quickly and get those put somewhere. Yeah, it's probably good enough for now. Let's clear out the packs. I was fishing for sturgeon earlier. Lenorian is one of about 10 or 12 characters I have with the Lord or Lady of Streams title. Maxed out 200 level fishing, Trout Master, Darter Master. That's right, you can't sell stuff to the tavern keep here. It's very weird. Normally the taverns are a merchant site, but not in Standguard for some reason. So if you guys are ever sitting around thinking, you know, Big Ed did some fishing, but I really want to watch more fishing, then go check out M-Dog Gaming. I've played a little bit of, and streamed a little bit of that Fishing Sim Pro World Tour. That's fairly fun. Very relaxing game.
Welcome, friend. Are you in need of my services?
Do still play Lotro now and again. Could I ask your opinion on active server spots at this point? I play on Brandywine primarily, but wondering if one of the legendary servers would be even more populated. I think all the server populations are really pretty good. I'm on Arkenstone tonight, but I play on Brandywine, Crick Hollow, and Evernight regularly. I think you'll find a large population on Treebeard, the new legendary server, but you're only going to level 40% as fast as you would on a standard server. Tuxramus says, I'm on Brandywine. Well, there you go. Just, excuse me, talking to friends anecdotally, sounds like a lot of folks were interested in hanging out on Treebeard and really maxing out the ability to go through all the content without over-leveling it or having to apply a stone. Well, yeah, I've played Fishing Pro Tour or whatever as well. There are several fun fishing games these days. Yeah, I've got Fishing Planet and World of Fishing. Russian Fishing I haven't downloaded yet. I should probably check that out maybe. I know you stream it fairly regularly. Somewhere out in the garage I still have my Dreamcast and my reel controller for Sega bass fishing. I took that over to a football party one time. So we were watching an early Husker game and it was over by like 2 in the afternoon. And I knew we'd all be hanging out, you know, eating and drinking and just, you know, chilling for the rest of the day. So I'm like, I wonder what else we can do. So my friends were looking at me like, are you an idiot? Why do you have this video game with this toy plastic controller? And then after we fired it up and they started playing it, all my buddies were having a blast. It was pretty fun. My old friends know that I am an idiot, and they just kind of expect stuff like that from me.
We travel swiftly, but we will aid you as best we may.
I got to fish tarpon in real life recently. Might have been the most fun fishing I've ever done. Yeah, that I've seen some fishing shows where they fished for tarpon. That looks extremely fun. And I want to make sure I'm not talking out of turn, but a tarpon is like a big saltwater bluegill. It's kind of shaped in kind of like a big flat discus, and they're very powerful and they fight like hell, and they're supposed to be extremely fun to catch. Or I'm thinking of a different species, and M-Dog's about to correct me, but I believe that's correct. And I would guess that I think the fishing shows I've seen about tarpon are generally based out of Florida. So, yeah, tell me how wrong I was. I live in Nebraska, so most of what I know about tarpon and saltwater fishing I've learned on TV. Although Mrs. Mustafa and I did go saltwater fishing on our honeymoon. We were in Mexico, chartered a private fishing boat for half a day out of Porto Aventura, caught some barracuda and some sailfish. It was quite exciting. Yeah, real bony and fight like crazy, jump out of the water while they're on. And I was in Florida, so I think you're likely right on. Cool. They remind me of fighting bass, except they're 60 to 75 pounds on average. Yeah, that would be a fight. There's a YouTuber, Kelly Young. She's a blonde gal in her mid-20s, I'm guessing. Lives in Florida, and she does shark dive tours professionally for a living. She works for some outfit that takes people out to swim with sharks and whatever. But she does a lot of YouTube content where she's out saltwater fishing and cooking the content. She's also not bad to look at, which is not unappealing. But I really enjoy her content because it's, you know, fishing and cooking, and she goes out and hunts down some pretty fun stuff. But yeah, I've been watching some saltwater stuff on YouTube and always enjoy catching fishing shows on TV. My daughter's in Lincoln. Would be there than here. I was just talking about some of the Vietnamese restaurants down in Lincoln and how they've got some of the best pho in the state. My wife and I sometimes road trip to Lincoln just to go eat down there. There's a radio control flying club, the Lincoln Sky Knights, that is based out of Waverly, Nebraska, which is sort of a bedroom suburb of Lincoln, just east of town there. And ironically, well, not ironically, but coincidentally, I used to work with the mayor of Waverly, and the thought that there was an entire town who thought putting him in charge was a good idea kind of frightens me. Good guy, though. I'm mostly just ribbing on him. But Daddy Hutch and I worked with him for quite a while. The mayor's name is Mike Werner. And we would go down to any any fun fly event, or if we helped out at the auction for the Sky Nights, that would immediately be followed by driving into Lincoln and hitting the Vietnamese restaurants on 27th Street. Some good places to eat there. So the three biggest cities in the state of Nebraska, in order, are Omaha, Nebraska, Lincoln, Nebraska, and Memorial Stadium on Husker game days. Normally the third biggest city, Grand Island, has about 75,000 people, and Memorial Stadium holds over 90,000 people on Husker games. So that's just a fun, stupid fact about my little state. And hopefully Coach Frost will get things turned around, or eventually it may not be the third biggest city in Nebraska. Although I can't imagine it's not. We're heading towards 400 consecutive sellouts. I think the Huskers have sold out every football game since the mid-1960s. And that's probably not going to end anytime soon. But we have just not been the hot team for a really long time, and everybody's like, fire the coach, fire the coach. And it's like, yeah, let's not fire any more coaches. My own take on the matter is we've always had good coaches. Frank Solich won 9 games every season. He was Coach Osborne's hand-picked successor. Great coach, got it done on the field, maybe didn't really get it done recruiting, and wasn't ready to keep the program at an extremely high level. So they get rid of Frank Solich, in comes Bill Callahan. Brilliant football coach. Bill Callahan, took the Oakland Raiders to the Super Bowl, got beat by his former head coach because his former head coach knew their whole playbook, John Gruden. But he came to Nebraska, did some really good things with the offense, did some very bad things with the defense, and unfortunately we changed athletic directors. Instead of letting him make coaching changes with his defensive staff and maybe righting the ship, they decided Callahan had to go. As soon as Callahan got fired, he went back to the NFL. He's been a top offensive line coach and assistant head coach. Guy's in very high demand. Great football coach. We were lucky to get him, and we were dumb to let him go. So in came Bo Pelini. I thought Bo Pelini was a great hire. He was a little bit like Frank Solich. Got his 9 wins every season. Plateaued and could just not figure out how to get to the next level. And my biggest problem with Bo Pelini was it never seemed to cross his mind that he was the reason we weren't going back to the next level. And just eventually kind of wore out his welcome here, even though he was very successful as far as wins and losses. After Bo, we got Mike Riley. And Mike Riley, nice guy, good football coach, NFL experience. The story with him, I think he was a good football coach. He had some good wins here at Nebraska. But the story that came out after he got left go was that he was just really tied to the apron strings of the athletic director, and they were restricting him. He wasn't really in charge of the football program, would be the kindest way to put it. And when the athletic director went, he went right out the door with him. And I think Mike Riley, Nebraska's been in a big decline for quite a few years, and nobody wants to accept the fact that maybe we're just not a top-tier college program anymore, even though it's staring them in the face season after season. But with Scott Frost now at the helm, heaven help us if they decide to fire him. They'll never get anybody decent to take that job. He is literally the golden hair boy returned. He won a championship as a player. Very highly sought after coach. Went on to be the offensive coordinator at Oregon. Went on to be the head coach at Central Florida, UCF, and they went undefeated his last year as the head coach at UCF. Unfortunately, when he came to the Huskers, we had a losing season, and UCF had another. If they didn't have an unbeaten season, it was pretty close to it the next year. So most of Scott Frost's magic stayed in Central Florida and didn't come with them, which was a bit unsettling. So yeah, that's college football, which if you mention Lincoln, Nebraska, the topic is going to come up. So it's August, we're getting ready for football season, and hopefully the entire state of Nebraska won't spend the fall being depressed. Like to see them finally get over the hump and win some big games and start to get some tongues wagging. College football brings the peeps. Yep. College football is so tough, there are around 20 or more programs whose fan bases think they should be top 5 every year, and the math just doesn't add up. Hey, if my hometown teams can turn things around, so can the Huskers. Go KC, Missouri. Kansas City is where folks in Omaha go when we're bored. It's about 2.5 hours south. Hit Worlds of Fun and Oceans of Fun. Shop at the Plaza. Lots of good places to eat. So Treebeard is appealing, but I worry I will get impatient with the leveling debuff. I get it though, perfect game to level a little more slowly. Does that appeal to you, Big Ed? Yeah, I mean, I like just taking my time and going through all the content. You know, part of my secret, people are always surprised I'm free to play. And it's like, you know, I played the game during beta. I'm on my beta account right now. My champion here on Arkenstone, Galadriel, is my very first Lotro character. I created her in beta and played, and I didn't come back to the game until after it was free to play for almost a year. So I've been the last guy everywhere. You know, it took me a long time to level up and to get into some of the upper level content, and everybody else was always first to Gondor, first to Mordor, first to Dunland. So I've never been in a big hurry. Everybody's already have been through wherever I'm headed next. So I just like taking my time, exploring the content, going through all the quest lines, and maybe taking a little bit of a time out to explore, do some fishing. It ain't a race. And if it is a race, I've already lost, so it doesn't matter to me. The other server, Shadowfax, you can actually get bonus XP. I think it's up to 150% of normal. But you can also set up the difficulty level and ratchet it up or down to make it more challenging, too. So that might be appealing to you. Although I'm told the adjustment can be a bit of a culture shock for folks. Delarfin says, Big Ed, you'll be happy to know my main is still in Gondor. Not even to endgame. Bacon Donut Butt Panini is here. Hello, Bacon Donut. I was asking somebody, whatever happened to Bacon Donut Butt Bandit? Either you're ripping off his name or you're back with a new Twitch account. Or they forced you to change your name to something classy. Like Bacon Donut Butt Panini. Since you're not a bandit. But welcome. Been a while. Yeah, a good long while. Glad you're back. Still around. Returning. How you been? I changed it. Change is good. Sometimes it never hurts to freshen things up a little. Maiden of Rohan changed her name to simply MJ. She's back. I think she started playing other games in less Lotro, and people were probably like, where's Rohan? What state is that in? Because she was talking to people who weren't Lotro players. Just a guess. I have no idea why she changed it. I had to put down my husky, and his nickname was Panini, so I changed it. That's a nice way to remember your dog. Sorry you had to put your husky down, though. That always hurts. Especially if you've had him a while and it was like a member of the family. But you were missed, and we're glad you're back. A lot of times people kind of disappear out of my channel, and I wonder if they're gone or if they're just tired of me telling the same jokes for the last 6 years. So when somebody like Bacon Donut Butt Bandit goes away, I'm like, did something happen to them, or are they just tired of my stale humor? Could be a little from column A, a little from column B. I ran into Ninth Pawn, an old friend I've known for a really long time. He just doesn't hang out much in Lotro streams anymore, and he was watching Val, and I think he picked up on Val because she's been, I mean her channel I should say, let me rephrase that, because she's been streaming Star Wars The Old Republic on Mondays, and I think he's been mostly playing that, so. He was hanging out in her channel the other day when she was streaming Lotro, and ran into him there. It was like, Ninth Pawn, how are ya? But it's like, yeah, 6 years ago Ed was killing stuff out in Rohan, but now Ed's out killing stuff in Rohan, so. Sometimes the rest of the world moves on, and myself, not so much. Now here I might have gotten more Slayer deeds. No, I got Slayer deeds to do out here too. Your humor was too good. It made me insecure, so I skedaddled. Well, my greater variety of games has shocked some of the people who've known me for a long time. We talk about the 3 personalities of Ed, because when I play Lotro, they're all me, but it's like, when I play Lotro, I'm pretty chill. It's like, hi everybody, welcome to Middle Earth. Tonight we will be exploring the lands of J.R.R. Tolkien. And then I've been playing Apex Legends, and that game just turns me into a screaming, swearing maniac, and it's a bit of a culture shock. For a while, I think people were showing up and hanging out just to watch me go berserk because they weren't used to it. And then there are a few other games I play and stream that are somewhere in between. Hoping this might be a good year for Lotro. Expansion, new class, and maybe even graphics overhaul. Yeah, we were talking about the graphics overhaul. I think that's mostly a wish still at this point. But you never know. We got our 64-bit client. I wasn't sure that was ever going to happen, and that did help. It can be amusing to count the F-bombs. Well, if nothing else, I hope I am entertaining. It's one of the nice things about playing Lotro for as long as I have. It normally doesn't stress me out, so I can play and have a nice, chill, relaxing evening and not have a blood vessel pop out of my forehead while drool spills out of the corner of my mouth. Have you heard any console rumors? I'd love to see this game get a little more love. I'd be very surprised if they ever went that direction. Yeah, they're going to have a Gundabad expansion. And we're getting a new Brawler class, and there's talk about adding River Hobbits as a new race next year. And the Gundabad expansion apparently is being worked on pretty regularly right now. But they've had a lot of big new content adds. I thought Minas Morgul was pretty cool. Mordor is not without its charms. Brawler's in testing now, right? I don't know. I don't pay that much attention. When they roll it out, they roll it out. We ride for Minas Tirith. September 2nd, 2022. Lotro will work on the Steam Deck, which is kind of a console. Yeah, they have that one picture out there. It'll be interesting to see what Amazon does with the Lord of the Rings TV series. Hopefully that'll turn out to be good. The best thing I've seen since they wrapped up Game of Thrones, I actually watched The Witcher Season 1 on Netflix. I thought Season 2 was supposed to be coming pretty soon. Did that get released yet? Am I just not paying attention to Netflix either? One of the chat channels in my Discord is, so what have you been watching lately? And we talk about different TV shows that people like and things, and movies. And I'm still catching up on Oscar-nominated movies from 2020 and 2021. And I just watched a black and white picture called The Lighthouse with, I want to say James Patterson, and that's the author. Who played the vampire in Twilight? Robert Patterson. Robert Patterson and Willem Dafoe play lighthouse keepers just before the turn of the century, somewhere along a remote part of the New England coast. And yeah, that was just a crazy film. It must have been Oscar nominated. I don't know how else it would have ended up in my queue. But that was a weird movie. Struggling to get into the Witcher books. 2 KBM dependent, no plans for console. Hashtag PC Master Race. Delarfin says, not yet, I believe. Final Fantasy XIV works quite well on consoles. I'd always prefer PC. Yeah, we were talking about MMOs on consoles, and somebody was like, duh, Elder Scrolls Online. The Boys Season 3. I've heard The Boys is good. Maybe the translation wasn't up to snuff. That could be. Yep, Robert Pattinson and Willem Dafoe. Robert Pattinson is the new Batman. Who knew? Denavia, hello. Patterson's come a long way since Twilight. Apparently, I'm seeing people say good things about him. One of the other movies I remarked on was, for folks who, I had a 20-minute long rant in all up Enya's chat one night. He was playing Lotra. We might have been playing together. And I had just seen The Force Awakens. Hated that movie. Just hated The Force Awakens. And I spent like 20 or 30 minutes explaining all of the different reasons why I hated that movie, why it was god-awful, why it was stupid, why most of what they did was unnecessary, how derivative everything was, how stupid the plot was. Just really part of the reason, I hated Kylo Ren. I just thought that Ben Solo was I just didn't like the character. I didn't like, and the fact that it was, I was remarking on the movie A Marriage Story. Scarlett Johansson and Adam Driver, a.k.a. Kylo Ren, play an artsy couple in New York who get a divorce, and it's just a story about them and what they go through. He was terrific in it. He was really good, and there was a lot of high talent in the movie. Laura Dern and Alan Alda and Ray Liotta all played divorce attorneys in it. The cast was terrific. He was playing opposite Scarlett Johansson, who's got an Oscar or two. Terrific cast, and he was great in it. He was really good. And I had to grudgingly admit, it's like, okay, maybe Adam Driver can act and just shouldn't have been in those Star Wars movies. But, I mean, maybe nobody should have been in those Star Wars movies. But, yeah, I could see Robert Patterson growing into being a good actor. I didn't even recognize him in The Lighthouse. It wasn't until after the movie I went to write up my little synopsis, and I was like, Willem Dafoe, and who's this other guy? And I'm like, Robert Patterson. I never saw Twilight, so it's not like I'd have a lot to recognize him from anyway. But yeah, he did a really good job of getting into that role and being completely believable as a working class guy in the 1890s just looking for a steady gig. What the hell am I doing? I need to sell some stuff. Let's clear out some pack space, shall we? That's kind of a constant theme for me. So, Mrs. Mustafa mailed the movie back for me the other day. I have no idea what's coming next, which is also kind of part of the fun. When we got The Lighthouse, I'm like, The Lighthouse? She's like, what's that? I'm like, I have no idea. I put it in the queue months ago. I couldn't remember. So, I have no idea what's coming next. It'll be fun to find out. But one of the things I like about doing that, if you watch all of the Oscar-nominated movies, you end up watching a lot of stuff that you probably wouldn't have watched otherwise, but you'll discover some stuff that you'll be glad you watched. It was well worth it.
Met.
Marriage Story is pretty terrific. Did you see the Sorceress movie? Oh, the Scorsese movie Adam Driver was in. Missionaries to Japan or something like that. It was called Silence. Not the best movie, maybe, but I thought further evidence of his acting chops. I haven't seen it, and I'm a big Scorsese fan. I'm surprised that got past me. I'll have to maybe add that to the queue. With Tux Ramus in chat, I was like, Sorceress Zero directed a movie? That's fantastic. There were such strong characters in Star Wars Legends, some of which made it into the canon, but they typically got carried across poorly. Ben Solo being a good example. Yeah. Squenix is known for console dev, so no-brainer Final Fantasy XI and 14 was geared for that platform. Bacon Donut Butt Panini is in lurk mode. Alright, well, Bacon Donut Butt Panini, don't think for a minute your absence hasn't been noticed, and we are glad you're back. What I'm not glad about is trying to figure out how the heck I'm going to clear out pack space. Maybe I should try different reading glasses. Give me your account details, Ed. I'll do it for you. Now, if anybody's going to go tearing through my bags, it's going to be Lariana. He's been asking for a lot longer. Let's jettison this thickened goo. I've got one torn skin. What else can I live without? Well, I got 2 spots, so we'll work from that. All right. Grogu says, I watched Lighthouse in the theater. I watch all those A24 studio movies. That there was a preview on the DVD, or the Blu-ray rather, for a movie called Witch that I think was from the same studio, That looked like that might be spectacular. Mrs. Mustafa doesn't like scary movies. Matter of fact, most of the Oscar-nominated stuff I watch without her. One of the many reasons I love Mrs. Mustafa is she basically has the movie tastes of a 14-year-old boy. She'd be quite happy munching popcorn and watching Lethal Weapon 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So I don't have to sit through a bunch of weepy chick flicks. I probably like chick flicks more than she does. But if I try to sit down and watch anything of any artistic merit, just lost on her. She doesn't have the patience for it. Won't hold her attention. In fact, we'll go to the movies and watch something that she wants to see, and she'll oftentimes just fall asleep in the theater. So the mark of a really, really, really good movie is if my wife stays awake through the whole thing. I did not just ride past. It's up one tier. This is where the vault and the auctioneer is. The witch is great. Disturbing. Well done, though. I'm okay for disturbing. Oh, and I think there must have been a preview for that Aquafina movie, The Farewell. That looked like that might be good too. Look at that. I was able to put 2 things in the vault.
Well met.
You know, I think I can probably sell some shattered spears. I think I have enough. And shattered hatchets. I've been killing some orcs. Well, let's drop some dye in here. Well, that's a good question. What can I take out of my vault? Yeah, the witch looks scary as hell. That just looked like a creepy, creepy, creepy movie. And, you know, when you're a kid, Halloween is about trick-or-treating and candy. When you're a young adult, trick-or-treating is about dressing up in costumes and drinking. When you become a slightly more mature adult, you're pretty much like, okay, what the hell should we do for Halloween? I think the idea of just hanging out and watching scary movies sounds fun, and Mrs. Mustafa doesn't like them, so maybe the witch would be something I'd want to get around Halloween. My niece and nephew are old enough now, I could show them stuff like that and not feel too bad about it. My niece is at that age. She is too old to trick or treat and too young to go to parties and drink. So maybe a scary movie night with the niece and nephew would be good. What is jettisonable? Probably some of the special dirt that I don't care about. Piles of rich soil. Yeah, I'll just trash that. Put another bottle of dye in. Yeah, I've got a lot of peat moss stored up. I may as well save it. Some of these candles, though, what do we got? Rushlit candles. Journeyman Scholar. Yeah, I don't care about that. Drop a die in for that. Lots and lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of crafting mats. Tracking tone box. Goodbye. Alright, well, I feel that was productive. I know it's a bit off topic, but since we were talking about it, that is the general audience trailer on YouTube. So if you're looking for something not from a Disney studio to watch, again, this has been reported as being disturbing, so enjoy. Alright, what are we selling?
These are
off now?
troublesome times indeed.
I'll sell one sleeve of shattered spears, one sleeve of shattered hatchets, rich soil, rushlight candles, see, like the Irish, the wood lily, and the foxglove, it's stupid that I hang on to those because they don't do anything for me and I'll never use them, but they're unique. I can't replace them. If I trash them, they're gone. So that's just the kind of thing that I don't get rid of. I need to figure out something better to do with them and keep them in my inventory, but we'll get there someday. If you like Star Wars, The Bad Batch is pretty good. Parts of it stay with you. The writer and director did a lot of research on religious movements and dialects in the 1600s. Yeah, it looked like it was just at a whole different level than some of the other stuff you typically see in the movie theater. Artistically, there's a there's an aesthetic to it that is there's a sparseness, there's a There's a word that's on the tip of my tongue, and I'm just having a brain freeze about it. It's austere. There's an austerity to it. That's the word I'm looking for. There's a frugality to it. It's not slick. The characters aren't overly made up. There's a very realistic lack of a glossy sheen to the production that I really liked when I saw the preview. I think that's what I was trying to express. I'll sell those 2 elven sword sheaths too. I probably can't sell that tome of tracking. Probably just need to pop that. I think that just disappears when the timer runs out. Okay, we took care of that. And I've got pack space. That is fantastic.
These are troublesome times indeed.
So the farewell is about this young woman whose grandmother has cancer, and she only speaks Chinese, and they're living in the United States, and apparently it's customary in cases like that for the doctor and the family to not tell the woman that she has cancer and that she's dying. And this young woman, played by Aquafina, is very conflicted about this because she has Western values and she's very upset that her grandmother is sick and is going to die soon. And there's this elaborate plot to don't let grandma know she's dying, but take her back to China and let all of the relatives see her, and so they can say, because everybody knows, but they don't know. And it's just kind of an unspoken thing. And it looks like it'd be a pretty funny, sweet, sad, East meets West kind of culture clash movie. You know, of course, I've got a Korean wife, so anything dealing with East meets West, maybe I just relate to it more than most people. But, yeah, just that looked like that would be fun, and I think that was another A24 film. Now, the tricky part about this will be, can I get through Osgiliath and get past the Mamuk? I do not know. Yeah, the worst part about it, Tux Ramus, I would consider myself a reformed Star Wars fan. Loved Star Wars. I was a kid when A New Hope came out. Saw it in the theater. Saw all of the subsequent films in the theater. And my take on it was original Star Wars A New Hope. Great film. Solid A. Terrific. Fun. Not overly sappy or sentimental. Great film. Empire Strikes Back, even better. Fantastic film. A+. Great storylines. Great character development. It was just, the whole thing was interesting. And probably my favorite part was there wasn't a new Death Star. And then came Return of the Jedi. Not a terrible movie. Pretty fun. Most of the bad stuff gets corrected. They're building a new Death Star. They already had a Death Star and it didn't work out. Why would you go back to that plan? And the Ewoks were annoying. They were just a little too cute. It's like, do they need to have teddy bears fighting on their side? Was this necessary? And then the second trilogy came out. Episodes 1, 2, and 3. They suffered from a lot of the same problems. Episode 1, Phantom Menace. It's a foregone conclusion that Anakin Skywalker is going to win the pod race and get them off of the planet, because you already know that they got off the planet. They didn't get stuck there for the rest of their lives. And the movie insists on spending 45 minutes to an hour dealing with this pod race and what a big deal it is, and how Anakin's never won, and how he's got all these things going against him, and how unfair the other racers are, and how he's way out of his depth. And then lo and behold, Anakin wins the pod race, which you already knew was going to happen. And the kid's mildly cute and mostly annoying by the time the movie ends. We'll wait for the Mumok to pass and be on our merry way. Well, and then the whole, the second movie, The Clone Wars. Was that the second or the third movie? Probably the second movie. There's a whole lot of just back and forth. You've got the Trade Federation, you've got the drone armies, you've got the clone armies, you've got a bunch of stuff going on. But Tuxrama says second movie, Revenge of the Sith. Okay, yeah, Attack of the Clones, Revenge of the Sith. And some of it was okay, stuff's happening, so that's good. But there's all of this flirtation between Padme and Anakin, and it's like, that's Luke and Laura's parents. Of course they get together. So again, you've got a second movie with a whole lot of back and forth about will they or won't they, when you know that they will, because you already know that's Luke and Laura, I'm thinking of General Hospital, Luke and Leia's parents. So yeah, they're going to get together. It's not that big of a question. Revenge of the Sith was at least a little interesting, the way some things unfolded. Although my biggest problem with Revenge of the Sith, if you've ever seen the Canteen Boy episodes of Saturday Night Live, where Adam Sandler plays a Boy Scout, and Alec Baldwin plays the Scoutmaster trying to seduce Canteen Boy, I thought Emperor Palpatine played a lot like Alec Baldwin, and Anakin Skywalker was a lot like Canteen Boy. Some of the dialogue was just creepy weird, just off-putting, and a lot of the Emperor's statements to Anakin didn't make a lot of sense. And it's like, okay, why is Anakin Skywalker not tearing this guy apart just as soon as stuff isn't working out the way he was told it would? You know, he was supposed to have all of this great power, and then Obi-Wan ends up cutting his legs off. You know, why would he not be getting up off of his medical bed and ripping the Emperor a new one? You know, what do you mean my wife's dead and I got my ass kicked by a white Jedi? So, yeah, most of that movie was just kind of creepy, and some of it didn't make a lot of sense, and I just thought that whole trilogy was a mess. And it was so disappointing because the first three movies, give or take a couple of things that were annoying about Return of the Jedi, it was a great trilogy, and you have so many fond memories of it growing up, and you're so excited the new movies are finally coming, and then they were just god-awful. They were not good. None of them. At best, they were overly long and only mildly entertaining, or in the case of The Phantom Menace, just excruciating to sit through. The one movie that still gives me hope is Rogue One. I really enjoyed Rogue One. I thought that was well done. And it makes me believe that somebody somewhere could come out with a decent Star Wars flick. Well, baby Anakin was most of the Phantom Menace, so I don't know you could get rid of him. Solo was very enjoyable. Solo was pretty enjoyable. What saved Solo for me was it was so widely panned that I had extremely low expectations going into it. Also based on the failure of the third trilogy. Just did not have good expectations. And I watched Solo, and if I were given a grade, it would probably be a C+, B- film. It was okay. It was interesting to learn a little bit more about that character. Have you ever read the Republic Commando books by Karen Travis? I have not. So good. That, you know, and that's my biggest complaint about this last trilogy is there had to have been there have been so many books and so many storylines and so many video game plots that are Star Wars related. I mean, there had to be better intellectual property out there to draw from than what we got. I mean, those three movies were just my biggest problem with The Force Awakens was it was just completely derivative of the original trilogy. There wasn't an original thought in the whole movie. You know, it's 30, 40, 50 years later. Nobody's designed a new starship in that entire half century. Apparently, the First Order bought all of the Empire's uniforms and weapons at auction really cheap. Why were they in Stormtroop? None of it made sense. There were so many plot flaws to that movie, and there was just so much stupidity. And the directors and producers and the script writers were too enamored with the original content to break any new ground. And I've heard the argument that's like, well, they have to introduce Star Wars to a new generation. It's like nobody introduced the old generation to Star Wars. You know, you sit down and watch Episode 4, A New Hope. You know, I remember being in the theater in 1977. It starts in medias res, like the Iliad, the middle of things. All of a sudden, there's a ship. It's being shot at, and this big Star Destroyer comes in from overhead. And you don't know who's who. You don't know what's happening. You don't know why they're fighting. They drop you right into the middle of that chase sequence where Vader boards Leia's ship. There's no precursor. There's no setup. There's just the scrolling titles at the beginning of the movie. And boom, you're into it. There was no reason that The Force Awakens had to be so beholden to the original three films. It was just nonsensical, the level of homage that was paid. And it didn't break enough new ground, and it didn't take the series anywhere, and it didn't develop the story in a new direction. And then, you know, I mean, at the end of things, 3 more movies later, it comes back to Emperor Palpatine again. It's like, whatever. You know, this guy laid in wait for 30 or 40 years just to try to do the same thing again with Vader and Skywalker. I'm like, no. That's stupid. So, as far as Star Wars movies go, batting .333 would probably get you into the Baseball Hall of Fame. But Star Wars is 2 good movies, maybe 1 or 2 decent movies, and 4 or 5 really horrible failures in my book, not including Rogue One and Solo. And The Mandalorian's been okay, but that's felt kind of derivative. As I watch episodes, you know, it's like a lot of the plot lines, like one episode where they're trying to teach the villagers how to fight against those Imperial troops. It's like, okay, well, this is, you know, the Magnificent Seven, the Seven Samurai, the Mandalorian version. It's like, okay. And just a lot of the plot lines just seem to be really derivative of things I'd seen before. It was engaging. It was entertaining. I liked The Mandalorian. I'm not trashing it. But, you know, at some point, somebody's got to have an original thought. I got to head to bed, but thanks for the fun stream, Big Ed. M-Dog, thanks for coming by. We play Lotro, but we're usually talking about food, about movies, about life, the universe, and everything else. So I think a lot of people hang out just for the conversation sometimes. Baka says, I liked season 1 of The Mandalorian more than the second season. Second season never really grabbed me. Mrs. Mustafa canceled Disney Plus. I have not seen any of season 2. Ooh, I love the Seven Samurai. My earliest coherent memory is walking out of the theater age 3 or 4, having watched A New Hope and having been totally blown away. Yeah, I've talked about it before, and one of the things that Star Wars, the original movie, 1977, sci-fi was a B-movie joke. It wasn't even considered marketable. The idea that you'd make a big-budget sci-fi movie and that people would show up for it was not... I mean, that wasn't even on the radar. The movie scene through the late 60s to early 70s, I mean, sci-fi was the purveyance of Roger Corman. I mean, you weren't going to see any legitimate filmmakers even attempting to do science fiction in that era. The big budget movies were... it was kind of the end of the westerns, and you had stuff like Jaws, and you had stuff like that out there. And science fiction was not... I mean, what Star Wars did for science fiction can't be overstated. It was such a tectonic shift in Western culture. Because of that movie, its impact was gigantic. It can't be overstated. It's incredible how much of an impact Star Wars had. And all of the science fiction that came after it, the Star Trek movies, the new Star Trek TV series, Battlestar Galactica, and there was a lot of bad stuff that came afterwards too. E.T., that wouldn't have happened without Star Wars. Stuff that we take for granted now, none of that ever would have come to pass if Star Wars hadn't vastly altered the landscape of modern entertainment. Alien. I mean, the list... we could sit here all night and name stuff that couldn't have happened without Star Wars happening first. Master Weaponist.
We must protect Gondor at all cost.
Yep. Why do I have more crap in my bags? Oh, I had to fight my way through Osgiliath to get out here, didn't I? Okay. I don't even remember picking up more garbage.
Ithilien is crawling with foes.
Too many requests. Slow down. Nice. Blade Runner. Yep, that wouldn't have happened. "45 years later, A New Hope and how amazed I was by it still heavily inform my entertainment choices." Yeah, there just aren't too many other things I can think to point to where it was just something just gets created that completely changes the landscape like that. Credit to Lucas. That was a huge gamble at the time. And for Star Wars to have just exploded like it did and make as much money as it did and sell as many toys as it did and roll out so many sequels as it did. And I mean, he couldn't have done Raiders of the Lost Ark. Spielberg couldn't have done E.T. There's just a lot of other stuff that came out that's not even necessarily sci-fi related. That that's why it was so disappointing to watch what happened to that franchise, because it was like, you were just so spectacular at the outset. And there were always stories. I remember being a kid and hearing, Lucas's vision was for 3 trilogies, and there were going to be 9 movies total. And I remember hearing about some of the backstory about Darth Vader. And what was funny about it was, I don't know how many years later, 25, 30 years later, a lot of what I remember hearing as a kid and as a teenager actually came out in the next 2 trilogies. It was like, wow, okay. Why does Darth Vader wear that helmet? Oh, he got burnt by lava. It's like, okay. Guess what? He got burnt by lava. Turned out to be true. I heard that 25 or 30 years before enter the camp of the host or Hennethanoon. Okay, well, I think I'm there. Assisting the herbalists. Well, and it's not an accident. I think a lot of us are
finished with our work.
Waiting with bated breath to see what comes from this Amazon TV series. As much as we all love Tolkien and Lord of the Rings and the books and now the movies, you just hate the idea of somebody getting a hold of it with clumsy hands and just crapping all over your beloved franchise. I think we have quite a few quests here. Alright, well, I've prattled on quite long enough. We've got an early day tomorrow. Quite enjoyed the second Blade Runner movie. I'm surprised it's evidently considered a failure. Yeah, I actually enjoyed it too. Huge fan of the original. Well, I love everything by Ridley Scott. I'm not going to lie. Huge fan. Loved Blade Runner. Loved Gladiator. Loved the Alien movies. In fact, I think Ski and I were talking in my Discord chat that there's supposed to be an Alien TV series in development. So we'll see if that ever comes to pass. But yeah, I thought the second one was good sci-fi. I liked both of the Blade Runners. Quite like Gladiator up until I got irritated by Russell Crowe. It wasn't a perfect movie, but it was a good movie. Alright, Professor Teacher G is streaming Lotro. Let's see who else we got. Not that I won't raid her. She's a terrific streamer. I just want to make sure I don't miss somebody. Following categories. Lotro. Looks like we got a fair number of choices. Professor Teacher G. Ane R6S. I do not know them. Crotchety Gamer. Mayonnaise. Somebody streaming in Korean. and the intrusive introvert. So yeah, Professor Teacher G, I know. And well, let's go say hi. I had fun tonight. Hopefully you guys had fun hanging out. We talked a lot about burgers. We talked about movies. We talked about fast food. And we played some Lotro. And I made it out to Camp of the Host and got some of that crafting stuff turned in. So it's all good. I'll be on my channel tomorrow night. I'll give me a shout out. Why not? If your choice is Mass for Shut-ins or watching my channel, flip a coin. It's about the same level of entertainment. But yeah, I'll be playing Fallout 76 tomorrow. Sunday night is Apex Legends night. So if you wonder what it looks like when Ed froths at the mouth and swears like a longshoreman, yeah, come by while I'm playing Apex and you'll be able to see that firsthand. But when we're on Lotro Stream, we're always keeping it classy because you guys are classy. And Professor Teacher G is classy, and that's why we're going to go raid her and say hello. But we shouted out a whole bunch of good streamers tonight. Lord Smooches and Ginger and Somatome and Tux Ramus and M-Dog Gaming. All great people. Make sure you're throwing them some follows. Go check out some other streams. And if you see somebody who's streaming Lotro that you don't know, pop in, throw them a follow, and say, hey, thanks for streaming Lotro. That's what's keeping our game healthy. I feel like the Twitch streamers are the marketing arm for Standing Stone Games. We're letting people know the game is alive and well, and folks find Lotro through us. So if you've ever thought about streaming yourself, give it a try. If I can do it, anybody can do it. And you can probably do it better than me. So if you guys notice, whenever I log off of Lotro Stream, I always change the streamer name to Your Name Here. That's because I want your name here. Think about joining the Lotro Stream team if you're already a streamer. Pick a couple hours a week where you can devote to the game. Come out and hang out and have fun. That's what it's all about. Have a great weekend, everybody. Get out and enjoy some summer while we still have it. Just remember your sunscreen, insect repellent, and plenty of hand sanitizer. And we will talk to you all next week. Starting the raid. Everybody pop over and say hi to Professor Teacher G. She's great. She's enthusiastic. She's fun to hang out with. She'll be glad to see you. Talk to y'all soon. Yep. Delarfin popped in so quietly, I forgot to throw her a shout out. Throw Delarfin a follow, too. She's super fun to hang out with. Good night, everybody. Now I'm really going to raid. I promise.
Sí, no hay nadie. Todos se fueron, estoy solita. Estoy solita.